Hello, everyone. Getting on to case 4. Hmm. Second. Keep seeing a bot. I think they're one of the bots that are um associated with the hate raids, I think. Um keep seeing one pop up in chat, so like the users in chat thing, so I just banned it. Anyways, 20th of February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Well, never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? On a story tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may as well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as quote-unquote research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. I'm actually exhausted as a result. So all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. That's still kind of broken, but whatever. I can play with that tomorrow. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs on the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, welcome student Mr. Nahoto Esquire. Yes. I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. Looked like the opening of opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know what that might be, Mr. Susato? Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. That all-knowing look on your face is just a coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Or Van Zieks? Is that right, Mrs. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court. It seems it's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zieks' return to the courtroom. A very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. I wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they all are speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that's how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it's you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Oh, hang on. I forgot to... I forgot to change the title of the stream. In case 4, not case 3. I'm afraid there's only one. I'm afraid that's there. Right, that there's really only one other explanation. Can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such a frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new in London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent, welcome student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side. Oh, benevolent, non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I am in your debt. Forever, I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes? He is so nervous. The fuck? Someone's name And one of the discords I'm in is called a Pac-Man Fucks. Oh, wonderful. No way, let me close this. This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. If you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. February 20th, 10 a.m. Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. And now, call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are truly fascinating breed. Oh boy. Is this dude gonna keep laying on the microaggressions like harder and harder? Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart had told me all about you. You are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose? Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is appropriate description. Sato-san. After all, our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. He's already getting out the line. Very true and most fascinating, if dark, the trial was. The trial conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. I saw someone familiar in the jury. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck. I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless tonight. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get, a peace-loving fellow. Nope, I recognize her too. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Yeah? Sorry? Couldn't quite catch that. Oh boy. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused and docked today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Suzaki Natsume. While our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, invariably, kindness had not been returned. In fact, this student has accused of the most sinister act. Plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I'll tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst, bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He is one of the dreadful Japanese. Oh boy. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow talus here in the Great Chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. Will you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now. She's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? For sure? Comatose, I see. Her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be a murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running along Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare of horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she was currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. Being unconscious as she is, we're unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. File containing an overview of the case, details about the victim. She's found with a knife in the bag and is currently in the hospital, yet to regain consciousness. What if the weapon that was used? One second, let me look at that. Oh, I haven't looked at this. Okay. Sum is 2 shillings, tendered the receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq? Is that how you say it? A meal for the Carballo. Canterbury Uranus. Oops. Details: young woman rendered unconscious following the stab wound to her back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, east side. Boarding officer was Rolly Petit? I don't know. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. Silent was seen running away by a reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following. Okay. What of the weapon that was used? Sir? I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. A heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged looking Sasaki-san, I suppose. Commodore Garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. Court accepts the blade as evidence. Large but commonplace folding knife is found lodged in the victim's back. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Of course, I gotta look at it. Something much about it. Yeah, something. As far as I know. Or at least right now. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possession, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Not to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. See? Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
What are you doing? If death and grievance had been ruled out as a motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man despite that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
But you just threw the wine bottle? What the fuck? Where'd it go? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. For your words have scoured its hollowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who's being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without a good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. It was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequent collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to when we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I'll take that photograph print as evidence. Please, Inspector. Crime scene photograph has been entered into the courtroom record. Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Nahodo? Well, now that you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what all had happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out a sole silhouette of another man ahead of me. A woman, wearing green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed in the cold, hard slabs and stone at my feet. I was terrified to get away from there, so I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, photographic print full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of the terrifying incident. Does not mean he's guilty of a heinous crime stabbing that woman in the back. There was someone else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed a woman. In fact, that accused concedes. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. Use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's only our only chance. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light fog. Light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That light. Is it? That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day I was very nearly trampled by the horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Sato-san should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witness to this crime has told us. Yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned it, the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct. Yeah. We must hear their testimony. Prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. Wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter? It would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital of the Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Prosecution believes that there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition? Comatose, no less? Right so, my lord. Yes, she's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is quite a pity. That is indeed a pity. It would have been the most illuminating to hear the victims of the account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Her force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Natsume's belongings? I think you'd find it's all in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they are. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. Very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? It would be extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full of books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust a knife into the woman's back? That must have been what happened, my lord. Yes. Those being the number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. Shop full of old English literature. Command the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly, whatever, attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, I must have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Also, second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. Is that where he went, though? No, he went to your books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerskram Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in his lodgings on the other side of Briar Road, the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the road he would have taken home. Something like this. Local maps information has been updated in the core record. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. Defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that's what the inspector just told us. Could turn out to be vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point is that the inspector just made being... Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes. Could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Well, could this man be any more sardonic? He did not go to Bourbon Books, he went to your.
Objection!
If I could just stop you right there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine on a busy man, you know? This is the receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. Yeah, and you found that in the accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from the bookshop called Your Books. Your Books. Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. Bourbon Books. It's just that Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, it is the bookshop in which the defendant visited on the day questioned. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if I may be a help. Hey, Sion. Nothing much has happened yet. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. All we learned from, like, yesterday is the name of the person who was stabbed. And we got the knife she was stabbed with in the picture of the crime scene. His picture of the crime scene. Her name's Olive Green, that they suspect this is the knife. Have a look at this, please. The defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books. And yes, he would certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, we take into account the fact that he was actually in another bookshop, Your Books. It may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. That be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. Absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Mishram Street, going east. The local maps information has been updated in the court record. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nepalese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticism. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down right now, or I'll put it down for you. I, didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. He could have taken the other road, though. But then again, he wouldn't have seen her. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nepalese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, makes no difference in the final analysis. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What I say, eh? Had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. Let's consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very carefully. The claim Sotaki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from Your Books, but the assertion just made by the prosecution is found fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. In returning from Your Books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between two places. The defendant used the streets. Looks what happened. Use these streets. Look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown's a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take the long route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself, ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seemed to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Hooray! What do you say, insightful jurors? But even if that's the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Van Zieks. Wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... The members of the jury are completely convinced now. Fair play? Yeah, I recognized him. The maid at the other place that the dude lives at is one of the jurors as well. Very well. In that case, I hereby call all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Man, we have to... We have to appeal to the jury this early in. It appears the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen, country, admirably. Sir Naruhodo? No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. To tip the balance of those scales the other way. To turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of the quarry. Not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights against this trial? Wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written to the antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago? Call it antiquated if you will, but it's a defense prerogative. Carry out a summation examination if so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course, we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncus referral to throw in his alley. Oh, he's still pissed that we thought that he killed. He's still pissed that he thought we killed that, or we accused him of killing that dude. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Will you please explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty? Juror's contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nippon honestly already admitted it himself, didn't he? No. He said that woman was in green claps before his eyes, but can only have been the victim. The man would have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not even in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? Got work to be doing. Your books, yes, nice shop. That urban books? No, not worth a visit. Only minor exceptions, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. Are they really? When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why do you have to run like that? Run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker and no one could see? This is impossible. How could I possibly make a case for the defense? So now, Hodo, this is no time for grumbling. We want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. To turn the tide. Must make the jurors change their mind. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice. Forge forward. I still think that the place the dude lives at in that like brick house, I think when the landlord and his wife were having that fight and she was throwing shit at him, she might have thrown a knife out the window and that might have hit the lady. Cause like right across from where she got quote unquote stabbed. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Renosuke, you can do it. Defense rebuttal? For pity's sake, the little Nipponi's already admitted himself, didn't he? No, he didn't.
Hold it!
He admitted to run away. Excuse me, but... Are you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce fair play with a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me and the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. And there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. The police have been badgering me nonstop. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyways, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. Fierce now. If he said that woman was in green collapse before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim?
Hold it!
You're right, at that time of the incident. There's been and it admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat to walk in ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that's someone wearing green was the victim. Clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, Madame, the defendant vehemently denies attacking that woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a lure-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you think he would have concocted something more credible? Well, I really can't say. After all, you are born. Who's to say what goes on in your funny little minds? Man, this lady is... Oh god. I could tell you what's going on through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made a mission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion was obvious. No one else could have possibly have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must have been the man. Really, couldn't have been more simple. The argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not even once her.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there's other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he's did. Is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know? I didn't just make up my mind on a whim. Did it? I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position if in that case, honest, I would. Reason why Sasaki-san might have taken the longer way home. That's a good reason. I don't imagine you'd be able to sway this young man's opinion of that one. So the poor one was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garridub, are you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room? The master's wife? Where'd you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade? Charade? It's gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for a jury in this trial, I mean? Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character? Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime like this? Such as this? My goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache? The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know? People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful Inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing.
Hold it!
That man's life is on the line here, sir. And this will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever now with me. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Huh. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and that I do with the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. Go to the union every morning to find out what he's doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of the year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk. It is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. At that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Near Sham Street, it was? Near Sham Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there's only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can you just get that business done over? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. It's fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up near Sham Street from dawn till dusk.
Hold it!
So, if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance all day? That day? That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of the year fellas like me can actually make a few bob, and I'm missing out today. And when you say from dawn till dusk, well, the work has to be completed within a day, you see. No coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir? To mark on the street map the exact location of the work you were carrying out? Get right here, then. Let me have a look. Alright, let's see then. Here we are, near Sham Street. Yes, it was just here, like... It was a tiny dig, I tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. What sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning, and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down, and it was long past dark for sure. That means the road work was still going on when Miss Green was attacked around 5 o'clock. Road work on near Sham Street, huh? Your books. Yes, nice shop. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Not worth a visit.
Hold it!
Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you were all talking about. You know, what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see, same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about that time? Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember... Well... Okay, I think I see what's happening. So... Natsume went down the other street, whatever it's called. Something with a C. Let's see. Calabash Road, and the person he saw with a green overcoat was this old guy. The old guy probably tripped, and he probably took off running when he saw him trip because he didn't know what happened. maybe the girl went to Bourbon Books and came around here, and those books are hers, maybe? Or maybe, like, when he was running away, he dropped some of his books near her or something like that. I don't know, like, how his books ended up there. Or maybe when the lady was throwing shit out the window, she had some of Natsume's books for some reason, and she was just like threw it out the window, and I don't know. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked on my head. It was always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it was most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. Really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right, I live in Cornpipe, BC. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Do you guys ever like burp and almost throw up? I almost did that. Good thing I was muted. Juror number 6, I must insist. You add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite right now. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury be so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume or of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruto. Kindly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again carefully. If any of their assertions are at odds, I'd pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. For pity's sake, the little Nippon he's on here admits himself, didn't he? Said that the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, but he can only have been the victim. Okay. I'm gonna pit you against him.
Objection!
These two statements are clearly at odds to one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Huh? What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what had been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Meerschaum? I don't know how to say that. Which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you cannot argue with that, really, can you? Must have been a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, he said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see that this trial continues so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Huh? Who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in, that's what I say. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. And it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we can just identify one more clue or discrepancy that could make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. Might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we gotta do. Van Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. With the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. I have to say not guilty at this point, so I can see where this trial goes from here. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Whether it was digging up rolls or digging up the truth, we gotta see it through to the end, haven't you? Slipped over on that evening myself on Calabash Road, knocked myself clean out, you know? Okay. But you against her.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6. Whatever you mean, sir. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact in which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles, then he returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on that way. Someone in green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we're all aware of this. The poor woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? Why? Whatever you mean. I'm sure you heard the juror number 6 account of what happened to him that day. That the same afternoon, there was someone else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in green overcoat for whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was a jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? Entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. Goodness me. Sorry, you need to pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapse in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long road back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Brower Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. You idiot, old man. If we hadn't been so daft to be roaming around there, we would have boxed this off like hours ago. Man, really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over some ice? Is it the crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it the crime to change your mind? Is it? Well? This old guy in the green coat reminds me of my grandpa. Hard of hearing. He gets frustrated easily. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes, 2. The nose, 4. The nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. Trial will continue.
Objection!
Are you about to throw that? Oh, no, you're gonna crash it. That's the third one he's crushed. I should keep count of like how many he destroys. He's already destroyed 1 bottle and 3 glasses. It would seem churlish of me to drink from my hall chalice moments after raising an ejection, only to crush it in disgust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Franzix. Seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credit these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Huh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of pavement which you had excavated, sir? That's right. Took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly 2pence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance of that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no? 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance rarely vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Huh? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no? What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Huh? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have hoped to have passed anyways. We just too many gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meandering around town. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to the lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Rush, in a single sentence. Well, you gonna tell me what the book names are? And, old man. Old man, you can talk? You said that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager? I learned the friend. You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order, order. Lord Von Zeke, explain yourself. My lord. He has such a trenchant argument of your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. No, the cape goes off. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What were you talking about? My lord? Prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Witnesses. Granted, bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Von Zieks brings to the stand as witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Sasaki-san. No, he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end. Till this battle's over. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Constable, Rolly Beat, Sa? Nothing to report on the seats, Sa? This dude did not see anything. He was asleep. And I'm Miss Beat. Trisha's my name. Beat? Beat? I don't know how to say that. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Probably surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge through some 20 miles a day, you know? Patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters that are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on our list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby, man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in opposite direction. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Is that right? Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, saw? Nothing to report on the streets, saw? What a great witness he's gonna be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, saw. He just passed straight out. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyways, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over there, of course, and then we went to help when we went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. In the dock. Roy and I both saw him clear as day. Well, it's extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsumi at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events he established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death needle, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. And unfortunate be chancing, and on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. Thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however. This cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have the time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? Well learned, friend. The witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying on their oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses saw. It's our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police? Speak. No, sadly not. It's just a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Sits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? Ah, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? That's creepy. Oh, no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when you're in plain clothes. Oh dear, doesn't seem healthy. Finally adhere to the point. You're going for a meal after you finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, Saw, yes, though. Although, I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. Policing is my life, Saw. As long as I am the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, Saw. Proof that I'm a London copper. Has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common. Saw. And for the noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crimes didn't appear to come to it then? So, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. This beat puts up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. Wanted to show my dear wife just how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. The young love is a joy to behold. A little over the top, perhaps? And then kindly describe what happened next. Anyways, two silhouettes appear out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up our road in the opposite direction. There's a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in the print, in like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately, it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh, yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there were streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. Of course. There was a light fog on the ground. The Briar Road is a dead straight if you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. Didn't see any other pedestrians. Word sleep takes a firm hold. Your answer please, Mr. B. And are you sure of what you just said? Yes, saw. As a copper who spends all day, every day keeping watch of the streets, I swear to it. And I'm sure. And that I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. They're still maintaining that there was no one else around than the victim and an attacker. It's starting to seem like that much. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moment that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, saw. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did what he did. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. We saw him as the man in the dock without question. Saw. Mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you wanna throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor, defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. Then suddenly threw his books on the pavement and ran away. I see. It's tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous and whatever testimony comes from a policeman and his wife? Now please, continue. Yes, saw. We ran straight over, of course, and went for help at a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Is that right, my darling? What? Oh, yes, of course, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty at that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guide the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia. You see, I told her where to find the police box, the right police box. Forgive me my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, and who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't exactly on my beat. So I told Patricia to go the way to the police box for the beat, and the incident fell under, so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? Thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. Actions of 2 model citizens. Oh please, you're making a splash. Isn't he, darling? Yes, saw what Patricia said. Saw? Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Riley and I both saw him as clear as day.
Hold it!
Still, you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps. Would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see? But we can tell you for sure, and certain, that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can we, darling? What? Yes. It was the accused and the mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taunt mouth, and the stub nose. Unmistakable. So? As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sasaki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, then? Is their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naohara? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Rose that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does this leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what he's trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere within the testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question will help. But if you could identify some other part in their testimony which appears to be contradicting facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere else. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. What do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we told you, so. Seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No, no, no. Oh no, that's not really. It's not really at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. Remember every last detail, everything. Like. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I can tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. You dare question how reliable my testimony is? I'll do, Miss B. No, I won't do it all. You barking at, huh? Hey. You're fine. That Japanese lawyer had no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a moment that really will. I really don't mean to cause offense. Really, please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps he would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss B. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. I settle things lightly. Wouldn't it, darling? Did he even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene?
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby secondhand bookshop on the day in question. I've been to the police box for help. I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. Private policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know? Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Must be, seeing as you've regaled the court with your tales of your powers of recollection. Would you be so kind to recount the titles of the books you observe at the scene? Be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or another. Is it your name? And there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely things you yummy something. You see? Yes, I see there is one or two holes in your memory. Oh well, they were all along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene of the titles along those lines that you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Do you agree, darling? Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. You wanna leave? 1 second. Dog wanted to leave my room. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? That's her whole testimony? Entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. B saw what they really saw. Not somebody running away from the scene on Briar Rose that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, why does it leave us? Members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? How's my son over here? Okay, so it's the same. Just simply on Saga Son's testifying sick, whatever. Yeah. So wedding after anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There's no time to change after work. Let me see. Canterbury earrings, meal for whatever. So there's an extra book. This one, let's cops on the floor. So I'm gonna try presenting this.
Objection.
So you're saying that there was 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. Share them on see or somebody, what's the yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thinking on da da da. Sorry, Miss Pete. But there was a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. No, what? What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there was only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt at the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes, and the details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There are 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh. Alright, Streamlabs on the other screen just like refresh for some reason. Oh really? Have a good look at the photographic prints of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence. Hang on a second. Hey, one of the what you call it? One of the bots followed me that I think are tied to the hate raids. Well, it's not letting me ban that person, so... Why are you back, huh? What's up with you? Doggy's back. Anyways, let me try... Oh, never mind. It banned them. Okay, let me just pick out emotes only now. Okay. Should be fine. Still can't really see who's in chat now. Hang on. Is Twitch having issues? Am I still live? Seems like it. One second. I can't see chat anymore, it's not loading. Let's see. Is Twitch having issues? Twitch is not loading at all. The website? Hang on. Sienna, if you can still hear me, I'm gonna. Can you send me a DM on Discord if I'm still alive? Let's see. Oh, I'm still alive. Okay, I think Twitch just fucked up for everyone. Anyways, let's. Okay, seems fine now. We can keep going. I thought like I was getting DDoS or something like that because of that bot following me. I'm like, what? Did they somehow like get my IP by just following me? Anyways, I just don't believe it. Saw them there, I swear, I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied on. So cannot be denied. Though you said it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, no.
Objection!
plainly evident that it is your power of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my dear Nipponese friend. What? You cannot be denied. What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused run away from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He's right there, mate. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? Quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for the debate. At the scene of Briar Rose, a total of four books were most definitely found.
Objection.
But what about the photographic print? Only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen. In that print? In that print, you mean to say... Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride? That's the thing that she threw out the window. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. So the that knife could very well have been thrown out the window by that dude's wife and hit the lady. Order, order. There, you see? Look at that. Look. Yes? It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, Sa. Predictions are always right, Sa. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss B, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. Sure, Monsieur somebody or another. Sure, Monsieur the Cock. What's it yearning? Canterbury yearning. A meal for someone. A meal for Garbo, in fact. As the court just heard, the witnesses remembered the book's titles The witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, Saw. Flawless, Saw. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Really, the 4th book is that which shown in the photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You'll submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel? My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Book tiled Lion's Pride, discovered the victim's hand in the crime scene. Prosecution rests. Well, we're gonna look at this. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You never be able to read it in this state, especially not the later pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage had occurred very recently. The book recently damaged by fire. What does that seem to raise a red flag with me? My bad, I'm back. No problem. Let me see. It's a book titled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it would be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of this book by that name before. Very recently, too. Title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. Spurious longer route that the accused lodgings had you tried to establish in your summation examination? An attempt to discredit any of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination? Tile, we walked right into this, didn't I? See? Everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Is Croc and shiny? Maybe. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. The trial has run its course. So Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Renosuke, think. What do you do now? Let's see. I feel like if I wait, just save. It's the wrong decision, you know.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Vinceeks. Seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Ms. Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in the matter you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. See? You believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. Judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Ms. Susato. This is it. Susato-san had managed to win us one last chance here. Countess go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord? Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and hitherto has been overlooked. This I assume?
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length, other than it's been in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident. No significance had been attached to it. So in a matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. I afforded you this opportunity. You led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Can I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Sir Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Hey, yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I'd like to ask the court to observe the back of the book in the question. The back? What do you... Goodness gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what was clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, then there's nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some unveiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. It's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. Now side chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry Tome has suffered for it? My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hands as she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who this book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owned the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gerda. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Gerda herself. Oh my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Miss Gerda's wife, I'm his maid. Things would be much so easier if you just dropped the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Miss Gerda's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, he's saying? You implicate this hardworking member of the public, you bemerge her without a shred of violent evidence? Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord? Ready to say it was... happened in a blink of an eye, you know? The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Just of it, I lost my favorite book, called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? The Cho, the very same title, the subject of the... that's the subject of this debate. Dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it naturally removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Miss Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amidst the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, really? Absolutely not, Saw. My petitioner would never raise a finger against me, Saw. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, it was it. Whoosh, up in the smoke. And I started hurling things at me. As I backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting the book was thrown through the window and landing coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area would have conducted a very evening of the event. Incident, there was no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We saw no signs of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb's house. But is it not conceivable the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. But there was also a fire going on. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? You earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gareth's wife. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Oh, I just realized the couple, the witness couple is, just has like a really long scarf on. They're like connected by it. Well, I hope that everyone can see what you are now, you foreign little trickster. Call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? You and our little tiffs set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly, implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? Has nothing to do with this beauty case. This beastly case. Not any of it. All you have done is sully your family name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud, simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Let's be right. Here we go. How long have we sat here listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. Dude. I do declare that you're right. It's true. Yes, what'd I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Well? It appeared that the ladies and gents of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Fenzix? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. Then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your pre-decolation, my dear friend, study them on your own time. But no, forgive the discourtesy this time. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now say your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
We're gonna have to appeal to the court again? Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's twice now, it's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mrs. Sato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. Still have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to summation examination. And Zeke's gonna lose his shit. Yeah, he is. You believe you still have chicks up your sleeve? Don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. I'm waiting for the day where he throws the wine at Naruhodo. It's crazy that this isn't the last case. Yeah. I have considered the defense counsel request for a further summation examination of the jury. The whole bottle? I mean, he already threw the bottle back into the gallery, behind him. He already threw it behind him at the start. So I wouldn't be surprised at one point he just like throws it across the room. I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. Presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of the crime. Leaving the courtroom after this must be a nightmare. Wine everywhere. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his? If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might consider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dear Amy, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at our home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find faults in the previous witness's testimony. So the court must accept the facts that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, the eyewitnesses are correct. It would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. It means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, essentially established the other tangible explanation for the facts. How? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman? And how? Those details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and method of which the attack was conducted. There, I was thinking this might be hard. Mr. know how are you to do it, otherwise this will really be where the trial ends. No pressure then. It's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. Presume you are prepared to counsel? Oh, yes, my lord. Right, Minosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be the juror number 4, the maid. As I say, Miss Garrett. We have a book that disappeared from the Garrett's house that evening of the incident, and the 4th book was found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garrett and how she acts, even the things other people say. The defense's rebuttal. The accused left behind the evidence of the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his?
Hold it!
As we now know, there's 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book is in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Joined a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said? That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Japanese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this Palvier is all about. It's done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, ever since I got nothing witty left to say. There is some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. I might consider.
Hold it!
So, might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face. Or they shan't be swayed by emotion. Oh, whoops, they mean to look around. Hello? Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. Well, if one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? See? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man had been implicated by overwhelming strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic. What do you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too. Only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right, I'm glad you omitted rational there. Even if the one was throwing books can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
What about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's no way it could have been. Can you be so sure? Prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window was open. As Londoners like sitting by a fire and staying warm, you see? But you couldn't categorically state the window wasn't open, could you? This wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. What's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel, you'll kindly refrain from childish bickering. Sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the windows were open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Very me, it's only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Hold it!
The little book was on fire at the time, was it not? The flames alive, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's plain with fire to betray a fiery love, isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes? But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrett. I like how that dude just keeps dodging her when she's doing the slapping motion. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions. If there was anything whatsoever to do with the crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about your juror number 5? Doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Miss Garrett's relentless onslaughts. Almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. He is getting hit, he just doesn't care. Look, I just want to get this over with so I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble.
Hold it!
I got another person to ban. I see them in the chat thing. Let's see. Can these fucking bots go away? I don't even know what they're for. I'm not risking anything. I just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both, like I said before. Those hate bots, I think they're with the hate bots. I'm not entirely sure. Just banning them all, just in case. I started getting them in like the users in chat thing. Since like yesterday when I started being more active. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you see? You know, she can be fierce, believe you me. And there's an example of marital bliss I done. Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know? It's funny, I can't quite remember. Sorry? It's too frightening, that thing. Must have blocked it out. Helpful. Wonder if Miss Beat would ever be dragged into names by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato. Must be some way to jog his memory about this. Come to think of it, we have a fire at home a while ago. Give me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have to do anything with your decision about the defendant culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top. It did? What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems that the common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naho. It seems that's a common custom here. Anyway, I must have on my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught, and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. The place sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? How'd you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flame. Then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. Finding winter air rushed in like the devil. Danced on my grave, it did. Got a terrible cold from it. Put me in the hospital for a while. Won't forget that birthday in a hurry. It was a devil worship after all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the woman from the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I always have one of the out-of-loop person. Can't hear, that's why. He's just saying guilty because everyone else did. I think you're gonna need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. He is left behind. Blah.
Objection!
These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? Not exactly, counsel. Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What was that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? You hear Geronimo 6 account on his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Oh, yes, of course, but it was because there was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. The day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garredeb's household. And Mr. Garredeb had the following to say this. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh my hat. Oh? What do you have to say?
Excuse me.
You're number 4. Do you have something to say about that? Miss Garredeb? Oh dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something to the court. For the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Alright then, yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, he never stopped throwing until the anger subsides. It's been terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have added to Miss Garredeb's formal statement. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, of the book as the book that Miss Garredeb told us that he'd been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw out your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could do, lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Hey, come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know. I really don't. I really noticed I was throwing the book, much less the title of it. What do you have to say?
Excuse me.
What is it, jury number 5? You know something? I've never remembered what it was. The memory blocked out. I was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flying black. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? It's Miss Garredeb. I'm Miss Garredeb or the maid. I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home from work back home after work, like, put my hands on my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dearie, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy? No? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I lost a day's wages, love. Next I knew, the blade was whistling past my ears, stuck into the wall next to me it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I can smell it then, you know? That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. No? That's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, so uncivilized. At least attack with honor. Use a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare. A woman in rags, rage. A woman in rage will hurl anything at you. Such a knife really brought that home to me.
Objection!
These two statements clearly have a deep, significant connection. Good grief, you mean that they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Jury number 2, do you think that perhaps that this could have been such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? I demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated from in Miss Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household onto the street below. Huh? What now? What's that now? After all, Miss Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now listen here, you Eastern Galah? As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb's household onto the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Miss Garrideb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Miss Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who backed up against the window. A window that's been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book found in the victim's grasp. Are you seeing that it flew out the window across the street to land neatly in her hand? Even my missus had got an aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point, that's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end, not right now. Oh my. Miss Garrideb, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, she goes. My lord. I wish to change my decision. No woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I called this like as soon as they said that that he was standing by the window and she was throwing shit at him. I just don't think it'd be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. We did it. Well, congratulations, Mr. Naohoro. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. This trial will continue. Don't tell me that's how he died. The lady who got stabbed with the knife isn't dead. She's just in a coma. Now then, Lord Von Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips of bitter are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing to save the gutter. If I may, Lord Von Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? You need that as a notification? What, a gif of him throwing the glass? Yeah, I probably should. I can have him doing the gif and then having Luther saying there's some garbage in the formula as he's throwing it. The defense argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? It's his angle this time. It should already be more apparent that between the crime scene and the Gerardev's household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Gerardev's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And, as you ladies and gents of the jury rightly noted, as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? She could have saw it hit the floor and tried to pick it up. Like, use your brain. And did the jackknife following a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic, serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. This is Otto. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, aren't they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick up our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea of a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. As such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garida, must be called to testify and submit cross-examination. Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror? Order, order, order. Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And unnecessary. Lord Von Zieks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. We must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, saw. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, saw. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, saw. Haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, saw. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies. Trisha, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, saw. Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. Mascaradeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, saw, those on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, saw. Nothing strange to report. He was sleeping. Also, she could have just tripped and like knocked herself out too. Well, actually, no, never mind. She was holding the book. Didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for a moment, saw. Nothing strange to report on that front, saw. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinge casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Ah, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Can I excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable? No, sir? Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? You... Can I excuse your ignorance with such a trite remark, my learned friend? Of course not, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's window? Or room? Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is stay. Is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened but not beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? Prevents its opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, Sa. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. Oh. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either book or the knife traveling 15 yards of the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we discounted already? That can't be. See that, Rolly? Young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, darling, I saw it. Saw how he crumbled before me. Ew. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. He looks like he could shoved into lockers for a living. I could kick that guy's ass. How's this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and yet already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you can drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord? Oh good, another desperate situation. Case has nothing to do with Miss Garrett. Believe me, London. Bobby is good for his word.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, so? And the answer is this. Has the noble founding principles in the force written on it? As a reminder to all us policemen for our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And that's why I can stand here today besides my long-suffering wife and tell you that Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes immediately. Saw? Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that the case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Ah, see, Sa, you should have said so earlier, Sa. Yes, well, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, Sa. I'll answer to the fullest of my abilities, Sa. It's a surprising reason why Mr. and Miss Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get to that, Sa, just one more thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the Great British Institution at Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, Sa, I'll be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Hang on, let me look at that. Let me look at it. Policemen will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officers expect to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of beat. In the beat in which they are discovered, when a crime is discovered on this beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations to help detectives. basically slowly no. You see, saw the windows on top floor are gated, are top hinge casements.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct? Yes, so? They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall back into the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of a rather wide road. Could it have been possible that, they were walking on that side of the street and someone moved the body? Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, Song? How do you even know? Or would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mr. Garadeb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, Song, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me!
You have something to add, Miss Beat? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering that. That's all. You really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see? Oh, I haven't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Rose, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing document. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing with the occupants of the Garadeb's household yesterday. Your house is on my beat, you see? Saw? Oh, they could have moved the body because they wanted to. Because it was on his beat and they wanted it to be someone else's problem because it was their anniversary. That's really cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it is as well? Inside Mr. Garadeb's house? Yes, ma'am. Pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Rose, we would have never been able to go to that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have the information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Case file information has been updated in the court record. And now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already, and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were just strolling along, gazing at the night sky, looking for a lucky star. Sorry? A star that will guide us to our eternal happiness. Can I guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Oh, of course, with the smog and everything, we can actually see these stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, Saw, that's correct, Saw. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, Saw. Certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. Had it be on Rolly, if it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box, on every beat. So Rolly told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way. Christian, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but true Robbie is never really off duty, saw? I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, saw? Nothing strange to report on that front, saw?
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, saw? I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I swear that to the yard's honor, saw? Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, saw? Strange? Saw? Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Airdev's household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, saw? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? You can see in the photographic print she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, saw, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? Something about this statement that's not sitting right. 2 mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? No. Yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, I mean, what is she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss Beat, I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Miss Beat. I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us. saw it did that evening. I saw it clearly. The Middle Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clearly. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. Always end up in the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Yes, you say? This will be. Is there a problem? No, saw. No problem at all. Did you arrive from your wife's room right now? Just now? Bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, saw. Yes, saw. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening, that's all. You mean Miss Beat lost her way? On the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her out to find the police box in the next beat over from mine, but she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I should be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. The reason why I was gone so long was because of the... Okay, silly. Okay. Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Really so romantic. Saved up for it with farthings and hot pennies he found in the gutter while he's doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. Forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. Not talking about that to anyone else, darling. I have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Principal Beat looked very obviously troubled during the exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure one thing. We have to ask Miss Beat about the bouquet. Miss Beat, the bouquet you just mentioned? I'd like you to add the details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped your bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. We ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see? That's when I spotted my bouquet again. The funny thing is, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice call me from the other side of the road. Okay, so she didn't realize that they were on the wrong side of the road because she has a shit direction, like, sense. But he moved the body because he knew it was on his beat and he didn't want to deal with it. That's probably what happened. So they were probably underneath the window. Book fell out, she, bent over to grab it. Then the knife came, stuck in her back, fell over. They saw it. They're on the side of the road with where the house was. And because of her bad sense of direction, she didn't know like where his beat was, I guess you can say. So, or she didn't like realize that it was on his beat or anything, so he sent her away to go get it. Then he moved the body across the street, so it is actually on the other person's beat. And that's why her bouquet was on the other side of the road, because that's where they were originally. Your husband, presumably. That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. Can't think of how I got there, really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from the other side, one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it, I forgot to pick up the bouquet again when we left at the scene. The beautiful rose Rolly bought me to change in the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean the sorry solitary rose? Oh. Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with bits of old change he found in the gutter. Maybe just called a rose? Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by this flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it's found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadev's household. In front of the Garadev's house? Although it wasn't noticed until this morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found in the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And can I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back at the trial, do you hear me? I want it back. Oh, good grief. Rest assured I shall do my very best not to forget, Miss Speedy? I don't know how to say their last name. Didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for a second. For one moment, saw. Nothing strange to report on that front, saw.
Hold it!
Nothing to report? That's correct, saw. Had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I swear that from yards on it, saw. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon? Saw? Strange? Saw? Seems altogether regular to me. Burnt book. Okay, so this is the same. Well, Mr. Naholo, what do you make of it all? Yes. The idea of invisible attacker being troubling me is all along. I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here. Fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime, made me sure that Miss Garadeb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think that might be already armed. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. It's time. It's gonna expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Has nothing to do with Miss Garrett and maybe. I think I have to present evidence on the last statement. Let me look at my stuff first. Earlier this day to make sure nothing was disturbed. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. Didn't take my eyes off the scene for a crime for a moment. Saw nothing strange to report on that front. Can I look at this? Anything special? Rose. English rose. Such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, isn't it? Never seen one before. You not take interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto? I wouldn't say that exactly. I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit trees. Fruit tree based, for example. Okay. What's this? It's fairly stylish paper that the flower is wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking if you wrap a... I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Santa-san, you do love your cakes. Anything else? I guess not. Okay. Maybe I should try presenting the book? Or... maybe I should try presenting the book. Let me save just in case. Let's go back. Save.
Objection!
Let's just consider the implication of that statement. Yeah, that's not it. Nothing has changed to report on that front. Maybe I don't need to do it on the last statement? Maybe I need to present the book here because obviously they have something to do with it because of that book.
Objection!
Nope. Does the knife say that it belongs? No, it doesn't. Can I look at the knife now? It's nothing. Just closed again. Doesn't say that it belongs to him. It's on the top floor. That's fine. Obviously, if anyone turned out the window, we've seen it. I'd leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty roller was there to make sure nothing else was disturbed. Then notice I dropped my okay, ended up losing my way back for a while. Then take my eyes off the crime scene for a moment. Let me try pressing him again.
Hold it!
As Kirk saw, I had my eyes open the entire time. The loop would wait a second. He's moved from it. Turn the yard's honor. It's a little strange. Beg your pardon? Strange? Looked at me. She remains how to find its way into the victim of the hand. You shed any light on that, seeing as you were the scene of the crime the entire time? Could it be a different copy? The one just happened to be Burnsville? Even if it was possible, why would the victim have been gripping the book like that in her hand? See the photographic prints, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, saw the was in lady's hand. Pass up. The mystery is how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. Come on, thread between them. I don't know which one to present something on. I mean, I think it would be the last one, but I'm not sure what to. Is that? Do this one. This character. Let me look at my evidence again. I'm gonna look it up. So I'm like actually at a loss here. I'm not sure what to. I'm assuming it's on not this one. Let me go back. It's probably on this one. The final one. Take my eyes off this currency for a moment. Nothing strange to report. Because Naruhodo keeps saying that there's something weird about this one. But unless it's this one. It's like, why didn't you pursue the dude? Maybe? Let's see. Oh. Okay. Really, it's this.
Objection.
Well, maybe that makes sense because, like, wouldn't he have realized that his wife dropped her bouquet, or at least her rose? He claimed Constable B there was nothing to report. In the 15 or so minutes he regarding the scene. That cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Miss B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you just dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Rose to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager?
Objection.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable B swore to that on the Scotland Yard's honor. The bouquet belonged to me. It has something to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Miss Beat's bouquet, Edie, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the encasement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. Fun fact, it's actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless someone deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says? What do you know about books and bouquets? Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Miss Garrideb's coming around. Can I call it nitpicking, Miss Garrideb? But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruto. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection.
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would have possibly had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All evidence and testimonies points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Him.
Take that.
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Royley Beat, it was you? What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense, why would I Royley do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Miss Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with that. You're making it up. That's all nonsense, all lies. What about this Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well.
Objection.
First, you make an accusation about the landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate a policeman as well. Dirty cops, huh? Well, cops are known to be dirty. If your accusations lack one very important thing, you claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. Well, my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would he have anything to hide? Doesn't make sense. You offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat has a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with this crime scene was to hide. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end. Well, if that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, Winnie Pawnee's friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place tonight evening? Around here.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road? I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garredev's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move? Was the scene of the crime itself. Good. Gracious.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court had heard. These witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening, already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of the Briar Road. That's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything in fact to the pavement on the east side of the Briar Rose. extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? Okay, I presume. Exactly. Prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zieks said it wasn't noticed until morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Rose. And that is the defense theory on what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable, maybe? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again. I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, isn't it? What the lawyer says is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. Terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Order, order, order. What on earth is the meaning of all this? Really? Why? Why would you do something like that? Moving a corpse is... it's a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, it's your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say. Huh? What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why on earth that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How can you possibly know? You're a foreigner, I presume. Presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman? And yet Lord Van Zieks it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you'd better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. In England, Japan, makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are all the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind the man's actions. What gives away the motive for the Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Take that!
I realize I'm a foreigner in this land and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I learned through honorable patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the civilians on his beat is all kinds of ways. There is no doubt that a young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do every day. Each day, certainly. But for Constable B, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord? Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable B had worked so hard to be able to afford that simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon a crime along the Briar Road, when he saw the shadow figure through the fog collapsed on the When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapsed on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? So, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss B puts up with a lot of being married to a Bobby like me, and I want to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help the detectives. Aha. Constable Beat? Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's alright. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. Summarize. The incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal should still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, with every intention of doing my duty as a police officer, we got the report to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help with detectives. Why here? Why does that have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Merchant Street and then I'm sorry. So sorry. No, Constable. I just wanted that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, really? That one night. You know that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure that the victim was dead, you see? I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would have never left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. See your meaning now? But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should have never dropped into such a dark place. So sorry, Rolly. Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Hmm? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, saw, definitely. 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, the 4th. Being the one I fell from the window upstairs in the Gerard's household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean? Oh, well, Saw, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. I'm sure that this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding. Oh yes, Saw. What about it, Saw? Interesting. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you know? There were only 2 people at the scene. And me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off and done it, I thought. Couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I got it. My lord? Yes, Lord Van Zieks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, may withdraw. Yes, Saw? Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my lawyer? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Don't punish my husband. This is all his fault. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Huh? This be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, Saw. Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again? You mean to say... Leave now. This trial's not yet over. Well, a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally. That the accused, Mr. Sasaki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Objection.
No, I disagree. And that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for a knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous. I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of the possibility already. Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person, if you will, whether investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objective to the trial continuing. You'll name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime?
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth of about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine the juror number 4, Miss Joan Gerda. Me? Me? Oh dearie me?
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
The situation is very different now. Miss Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. Garadeb, or John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looked over Briar Rose. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane on top-hinged casement, the window... Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you can lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? I do not recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury didn't need to testify, did he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I had no recollection of saying that at all during the before. Oh. Make no mistake, your jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. You know something about this knife, madame. Let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how'd you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garadeb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought of that I'd injure someone. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone, do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist this be my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Belong now, chop chop. Be your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. Prosecution does not object to the defense request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Six. I'm gonna have to testify. Juror number 4. I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witness themselves may not even have been aware. Oh dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Miss Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since I arrived in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey. I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm, well, a juror and such like. Sounds like even she doesn't even know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. Courtroom has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me. Shut up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, whole thing, was it? Rather, I think I have to testify as well, don't you? He calls her old thing, but she's only 38. It's 46. Man. Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly noticed it. Yeah, he's way older. Not some sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garrett? Yes, sir. Former lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment and 4th number Northumberland Fusiliers? I don't know how to say that. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in a sanitary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Oh, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling the jurors to a witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear the testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Yes, on that day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a little bit of a skirmish, can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set the fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find and throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place, can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'd have a job of proving it, I think. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although, entirely one-sided assault, it seems. And then they called us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran as such as myself, it's only too aware on every battlefield you're just a gnat whiskers from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. And Zeke's might well be right. Well, whatever the chance, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Out of Gary Deb? Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason.
Hold it!
Now? The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, you saw her because of a note that was tucked into pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrett. Rather passionate note, in fact. But Miss Garrett found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. She gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common distantly not to drag it all up. Besides, half of it was a wide mark. Wide of the mark, anyway. A likely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after the multiple blows in the face? Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though. Got the weapon open. Got the window open.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, did it? Bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really? Just so happened that there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the main water isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from the public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, the little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. Defendant Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a cup of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. As the most certainly not true, this is out to take down Mr. Naohoro. How did she know I was thinking of that? How? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, cabbage, garlic, towel, and a sponge. Napkin. What do you have to say, dude?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garita. Don't shoot. Sorry, beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Is that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in ejection? Was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with... Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she been doing with the T-bot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that this happened? Your pipe, sir? I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick up this thing, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. See, your pipe was broken. I've never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage this thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, my dear? Wonder what we should make a discount. Defense believes Miss Garrideb's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. A tray of fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. One might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to integrate yourself with a young lady. These two need to be locked away? Probably. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Pipe is entered in the court record. Let's look at it real quick. Looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? For some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shadow the warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrett's dressing gown. This present has been a considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrett, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. What about this? There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, ears have been made relatively recently, and how there are little scrapes and dents all over it. It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. Seems to me recently that being a well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye though, because it's clearly new. Is that all? Oh, the hell? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What is this? A tiny fragment of metal. Looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Wait, I don't want auto one. Take it off. Shit. Examine that. This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. Looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Not really, no. There's just something niggling at me, but I can't quite put my finger on it. What it is. Perhaps, in that case, it would be wise to examine the other pieces of evidence again? I was wondering about this. I was sitting there like, this doesn't really seem like a sharp knife. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? Could be wrong, but I just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's a tiny fragment of metal we found inside Mr. Garrett's pipe. Yes, and just maybe. Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow I just knew it. Okay. Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. Just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Sudata-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We examined it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrett. Now if we can return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell us, the court, about the knife used in attacking the victim? Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. The ballet thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You'd have to job proving it, I think. Well, let me present this then.
Objection!
Mr. Garrett, can I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a ballet thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the day, back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather It's rather wearing to be asked about every other letter in every other word. You must be very dusty. What's that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be a tiny scrap, it is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. My pipe, you say? Oh, I wonder how that got in there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of stabbing on Briar Road? I am? What? When put together with a piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Look at all that pee on his backside. Or maybe that's just, maybe his robe caught on fire. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you'll see that there is a small piece of it at the tip of the blade that is missing. Common issue with inferior blades sold at the unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt a tip has suffered a similar fate, now languished somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. Is the only reason why she didn't die when she got stabbed was because this thing already broke off. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Miss Garrideb's pipe. Good grief, Lord Fenseeks. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Order, order, order. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Fenseeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. I had this thing in my hand. At the usual time of the onslaught, knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles. She did, yeah. It would have never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between the two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mr. Garrideb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrideb instead of striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade on its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. And after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe, flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrideb's house, the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Gosh, oh dear. Oh. No.
Objection!
Are you gonna throw it? A full-bodied theory, I give you that. Complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Oh, he's gonna crush it. Allow me to toast my learned friends to characteristically. My learned friend characteristically Nipponese approach to bodily his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... Oh no, he's gonna slam his leg down. It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. Insurmountable? What? How are you gonna talk your way out of this, dude? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself? What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? Inconsistency of simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah. That's right, silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let's consider the base facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. The knife that struck her had fallen from above. There's no possible way it could have planted itself in the victim's back. Easy. She saw the book, picked it up, and then the knife came tumbling down. How many glasses of that? I think that's 5. Order, order. Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife has fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, he's lost for words. Look. I knew it. I never liked his theory from the first place. I don't know, though. What really happened? It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If the theory even has one inconsistency, it cannot stand. The theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now, the way has been blocked completely, just by one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will still stand. Susato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then the way will present itself. The key to this in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your science speaks volumes. A tact acceptable that in your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell from the victim from above, there was no way it could have hit her on the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. I can explain how the knife had fell from above and have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency. The final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. Evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is...
Take that!
this, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Gary Depp's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, I have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. The photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we now know, it was a police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. But so, as far as this whole sale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road, that's true. However, as far as his testimony, Constable Beat made a extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, so that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book for her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. For being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo? Jingo? I think I'm beginning to see how that may have happened now. Oh, dear Amy. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Gary Depp household onto the pavement below. Precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, exactly the moment. The young woman was walking along the street in a light fog, when all of a sudden, the book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Miss Gary Depp? And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked up the book. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens. And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book up, what possibly would her back have been? What position her back would have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. And then, in the very next moment, the woman was still bent over picking up the book. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appears to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark, in the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Up. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated into an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind the case. Well, Mr. and Mr. Gary Depp. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wonder if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Or Miss Gary Depp. Of course, I never meant for any of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. I threw the knife as well. John dear? It's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. Oh. Okay. Lord Von Zieks, what news of Miss Gerda? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she'll recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just heard from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily. The doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Suzuki Natsume? Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusions again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Pete said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed too. Suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't use the life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Sasaki-san. His imagination really got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should have never dropped my books in like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationships of trust between our two empires. And for that, I'm truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischief spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zieks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord? In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As foreman of this jury, I assure you we reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth to be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old being while she's out of action, but I know where her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman,
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you'll continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir. Of course. All my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I am transported to tears. Thank you, cancels. Court is adjourned. February 3:17 p.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, Lockham. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another Lockham here? Is there even one? Compared to the original Lockham student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last. I'm free, I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. Needy, hearty, happiness, hurrah. Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that, then? Lockham, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman in the... Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone here can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal Lockham lawyer. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I've just never got to used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down at me and laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you did Lockham lawyer, gave me gloom to the boot. Gave me my gloom to boot. You stood firm behind that Baronile bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey roof, I bellowed. Behold the best barrister ever born. Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful antidote to recount my old friends back in Japan. An antidote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Apologize to keep you waiting. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Rose late? It's 3 in the afternoon. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. Trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No. And my haste was in vain? It's you, Herlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. The previous encounters have taken a place in gloom, rather either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place the curious face. The light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Has she been taken to the hospital more urgently? Urgently? I thought perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry. Really, but that was quite priceless. Where's Sasaki-san? Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. There's no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after all this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper. For God's sakes. I've forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It would all be all right, Mr. Natsume. Hmm? If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I'll protect you. Ah, yeah. With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I liked being turned on my head, a bit of warning might have been nice next time, Misato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh! It has been already a year since I arrived here in the Great Britain. And I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I learned so much about the wealth of literature here, in the city as it has shaped. I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. It's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway across the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more... Hey. You're fine. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots, and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. Work of literature by Sasaki-san? Could be an interesting read. What about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What's about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not even passed yet since we arrived in London. No one now does it feel like we've finally found our feet. One second. Sorry. For anyone who doesn't know, my dog barks at footsteps from either upstairs or downstairs. So what we've been doing is showing him where the sounds are coming from, or telling him to go get the sounds, so he knows like it's not anything that he should be barking at, you know? Oh, did I read that? Let's see. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right. You need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated that we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you can take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? But what it lacks in windows? It's more makes up for a floor and a ceiling and walls. Great. And of course, I'll be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes. Tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. Well, think about it, if that's alright. We'll think about it. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative? Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, the vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up to the attic. It's up in the attic, I may add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. And it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we got to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. Welcome. We'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naohiro? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for the dinner this evening. And so, with Sasaki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home. 22-1 B Baker Street. It's a pretty big attic. 4:41 p.m. 20th of February, the attic room. So this is to be our new office, yes. Or office? I'd like the sign of that. Me too. Simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Cosma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So my dear fellows, do you like the place? Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. The delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, and I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. Well, as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives, I have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie, you can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naohiro, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? Very exciting, actually. Can't help wondering what adventures will await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're all too aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words, as the show so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came. To lift the facade and see the true depths of the murk that lay behind it. Oh boy. I think I might end today and maybe do tomorrow. The next case is probably going to be the longest one, so I don't know if I can do it all tomorrow. I might start it tomorrow? Well, no, because I know if I start it, I'm going to want to finish it because the last case, and the last cases usually are the wildest cases. That's going to be a really long one because this one was... I want to say maybe like 7.5 hours. Because I know that the first one took... The court portion of the other one took, or the entire third case took about 5 hours. And then I streamed for about 9 hours in total. And let's say like... Let's just say like 3.5 hours of that was like actual case 4. So let's say 3.5 hours plus about 4.5 hours. So that'd be around 8 hours. This one took around 8 hours in total. So the next one's probably going to also take like the same length. And, or maybe even longer, because it's probably going to be crazy. Like all final cases are in Ace Attorney games. So I'm gonna end here, and I'll do all that. I'll do case 5. Friday. I'll do it Friday. There is gonna be probably a scheduled power outage in my area, so as long as that's still on for Friday, then maybe as soon as my power comes back, which should be around... It says it'll be around 1, but I'm not entirely sure. But as soon as my power comes back, I'll start streaming, and I'll probably do all of case 5 on Friday. And then Saturday, I will do... I'll start the next game, which is gonna be the second game of the Great Ace Attorney stuff. I will not stream Sunday though, because I have stuff to do. And then after that would be Tuesday, the time I stream again. So yeah, I ending here today. I'll do all of case 5 on Friday as soon as my power comes back, if it ever does go away. If it never does go away, I'll start at 1. If it does end up going out, I'll start as soon as it comes back. And I'll do all of case 5. However long that'll take. I'll go all the way down to the end. And that'll be it. So I'll see y'all Friday, maybe? And if anything changes, I'll you all know. Anyways, hope you all have a good night. Thank you for coming out. And I'll see you all Friday, possibly. If anything changes, I'll certainly post it on my Twitter. Anyways, have a good night. Thank you all. One thing I always forget to do is raid people. I know. Oh, no one that I really know is streaming. So never mind. I'll probably. I always forget to raid people. Finish streaming. I know that's something that's pretty common with small streamers, but I don't see anyone that I really know is streaming. Anyways, have a good night. See you all Friday. Bye bye. Thank you for coming.